Hello everybody, welcome on in Ruben, anyone else who may be watching too! The Great Ace Attorney Adventures. And welcome on in Mr. E. Last time, we went through the SS Bootia, had our best friend die, very sad, and then we figured out who actually did it, why, all of the little tricks. We also got introduced to quite possibly the most unhinged character in the entire game, and of the entire franchise, Herlock Sholmes. Sholmes jump scare, that's how it feels. The oh gosh, Sholmes is a character and a half. Love the investigation stuff though. Now we're apparently going to become a lawyer. Who could have guessed? I didn't think we are going to become an attorney, much less a great ace attorney. Seriously. It's insane. But hopefully y'all are doing very, very well. Because I'm looking forward to this. I've been really, really loving this game. Skibbity Sholmes. Oh, that's cursed. But also, you know what? Thank you for making it a reality, Neko. Waiting until the game the Ace Attorney becomes a prosecutor. That is basically Edgeworth, though, isn't it? From my understanding. I know, I never played Investigations. I want to play as a prosecutor, though. But also at the same time, that could involve potentially convicting innocent people, and that would be very depressing. We need to be put down for making that. We all have our own reasons to be put down. You're fine. Edgeworth is a prosecutor who becomes an Ace Attorney. Okay. So it's the reverse. I thought that he was I mean, he kind of was a defense attorney if you count the class trial, right? But then he would go on to become an actual prosecutor, and then he goes to become a defense attorney, so full circle kind of thing. Yeah, Larry moment. Larry, why would you do this? Edward becomes a monk and looks for spiritual fulfillment in his game. Hey, I would still play that. That sounds like a great time. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing what else this game has in store and just what this next episode's gonna be about. I don't have any big announcements or anything other than hopefully Split Fiction this upcoming Sunday. And usual stuff otherwise. So, I think we're just gonna get right into it. You do recommend second, mostly investigation game? Really? You don't... I mean, I was gonna play both of them eventually, but it's interesting that you emphasize the second game. I do want to play them. I want to play the other two games. I don't know if I'll stream them, but I will play them eventually. Right, but yeah, let's get on into this. Neko, they're part of my backlog of stuff that I want to play. I don't technically own them yet, but those are part of it. Second is currently your favorite Ace Attorney related game, though you just finished first game of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, and that might have changed. You are setting an absolutely high bar. I'm looking forward to seeing just what happens. Unlimited games, but no games. I have a good number of games, don't worry. Alright, but yeah, let's see. I think we just have to continue. The Adventure of the Runaway Room, Investigation, Part 1.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude.
the beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
I'm getting immense Professor Layton vibes from
I
this.
feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
What a freaking grand hall. 18th February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice's office. The game cannot exist in not exist in my backlog. This isn't Schrodinger's Edgeworth. Yes, it can. It's a game that I want to play and has pretty high priority. I just haven't bothered buying yet because I already know that I won't get around to it whether or not I buy it now or later. First game of investigations is your second least favorite Ace Attorney game, unfortunately. That's why you focus on the second. I'm curious about what's your least favorite of all the games, but also that is rough. I'll play them both regardless, but I'll be the judge of it myself. That is your exact same thought when watching this cutscene. That Professor Layton vibes in the game Chad VC could work. Can confirm. I'll need to go back and check because yeah, I haven't even played a Professor Layton game myself. I've seen quite a bit of them, but I've never played them. I could feel it. Your Honor, League of Legends death penalty. The appropriate death penalty here in the Great Britain. Justice for All is your least favorite, and then London jump scare. Interesting to know. But also, I think most people would agree. Also, yes, the Great Ace Attorney. I am really enjoying this game. And I'm looking forward to seeing what else it has in store. Of course, welcome on in, Ruka. Nice to see you again. Don't worry, Neko, I have a lot of games rotting in my Steam library, but a lot of people do. I think it's just the pain of Steam summer sales. What about your country? I mean, this is just, Great Britain's just built like this, evidently. Your least favorite for not for the reasons one would expect. Alright, why is it your least favorite then? Most people would probably go with 2-3 being horrible, but what is it? Great Ace Attorney implies the existence of the worst Ace Attorney. Surely that's just Cosma. No, I'm kidding. Cosma was awesome. We love Cosma for that. Phoenix was probably the worst in his first game in the first case, but then he quickly became moderately competent. Really fun 2-4 is pointing it, so it's not only 2-1 and 2-3, the one that brings it down. Yeah. I mean, even for a lot of games for me, they can be really strong, but if they have a bad ending, they can be a letdown. So I get that. Everyone has Big Ben clock in their house. Yeah, totally normal. Totally normal stuff. And I too like getting my ears blasted by mine. Great, the worst Ace Attorney. I would play that spin-off. You could say Danganronpa V3 the safe place. You know what? It's not even V3 that came to mind. Although I think I've thrown enough hate at this game off stream, the one that did come to mind, so I won't bring it up here. Danganronpa V3 is very much mixed bag in that regard, though. No, it's not Monado. Alright, let's see just why they're here. What an incredible place! It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. This place is breathtaking. Looks like a fortress. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course, but they've only been built in a few short decades since we've opened our border to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? You've seen better. Yeah, you know, it's not like a big clock or anything's that impressive. I mean, back in the day, this was probably honestly mind-blowing. Typical day in London for you. I mean, I guess everyone there in London is, they're all also great ace attorneys, if I were to guess, based on what the message I'm getting from this game. Not a safe space, or it is a safe space, just not that safe, bro. Rise at London, time jump scare. I guess in London, you have no excuse to, for the time, right? You just have to look out your window, boom, there's a clock right there. Everyone must be perfectly on time. It must be, insane and very productive. Yeah, we're all lawyers. We're just really crap ones. Oh, gosh. Alright, so the lesson of the story is they needed an immigrant in order to become the true ace attorney. What wild times everyone must be living in. But I mean, hey, do you know Skate's doing a rad job, so I'm rooting for him. That one guy without a window that's late to everything. Well, that's just on him. He's had all this time to get a window open. Dude has no excuse. A far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. But I think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. We had instructions to report here at this time. If circumstances were different, we were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead, we are here in a different capacity as envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. We want to remain here in Great Britain. I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. You think it'd be cheaper to buy a regular clock or a pocket watch instead of making a whole new window? I disagree. Make that window and future generations will be able to benefit from it, because we all know that clock is, it's staying up there for decades to come. Let the clock maintenance be the city's problem. You just get a nice window. You tried playing this game, then your ADHD took over and you couldn't get past chapter 2. I get that, just because I always interact with every single little thing I possibly can when given the choice in these games. I love seeing all the little dialogue and hidden interactions. And then of course with stream sidetracking things, it just... playing this is so sporadic, but a great time. Those are really expensive in London. Source? Trust me, bro. My dad told me that's my source. Or alternatively, source, I made it up. What if you don't own the place, it's like apartments without a window, and Lord doesn't want a window for some reason? Screw the landlord. Get that window you deserve. Oops. Everyone knows clocks and watches are illegal in London. Drive a Big Ben tourism. they make clocks illegal just so you have to use Big Ben. You know, there's got to be some sort of, you know, story out there in where there's an alternate universe in which that exact thing has happened. So true, then. Yeah, we're not allowed to own a watch. Or it's just this timeline. I mean, you know what? Big Ben, again, like, no one has an excuse to be late. You're all using the same exact timekeeping device. Of course, anyone traveling overseas or leaving the country is going to feel lost. You know, stuck middle of the ocean without a compass or anything, without their Big Ben comforting them the entire time. The very, very sort of thing is, source, it was revealed to me in a dream. That's a pretty good one, I agree. If you need a watch, you know a guy who knows a guy who can set you up. Watches must be crazy contraband over in Great Britain. Or source? I had a vision. Rube, do that again, but with the Monado emote, and it's perfect. That's literally Shulk from Xenoblade 1. It's just source. I had a vision. Alright, history. Yes, which means you need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Exactly, Rube. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. When Big Ben is slightly off by 5-10 minutes, everyone in London screams and panics, and there's nothing but chaos and carnage in our wake. Big Ben is the one constant in everyone's lives in London. They live, they eat, sleep, live by Big Ben. If Big Ben is off, then their entire livelihood follows. The entire culture predicates on Big Ben not breaking down. That seems like perfectly reasonable situation to be in to me. Just I'm taking you to clock shop at the nursery near bus stop. Oh, what's the worst that could happen? Ah, good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Something tells me this dude is going... The chief prosecutor is going to have a bigger role in the 5th case. And things are not gonna end well for him. Everyone's just screaming, what is the time? I'll never know when lunch is! Oh my gosh. People are gonna like try to bust out their sundials to figure out the time of day, but it won't work. Oh no. When Big Ben goes on for maintenance, I can't imagine the chaos that would unfold. Big Ben is brainwashing the citizens of London and absorbing their energy. How else do you explain their oddities? I mean, I could believe it. Big Ben absorbing the life force of everyone around to power itself is a pretty reasonable thing, I think. Lots of companies do that already. The trusty pocket watch. Pocket watches aren't real. They can't hurt you or help you. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Oh god, pocket watch jump scare. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. No. We're never happier than when we're sitting around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Mael Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. Seize him! Seize him! Rube. Oh no. See, this guy's using it and he rules the law. This dude is time in London, I guess. He is the one who wields time. And I'm sure that Pock watch is synced up to Big Ben anyways. Oh, and I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. Oh my gosh, the chameleon watch, is that what it is? I know what you're referencing, Ruka. Oh, the pocket watch the doctor uses to hide. And also the master uses to hide. Let's hope that doesn't become relevant because I don't want to deal with someone who's human and then is suddenly not. When Big Ben goes down for repair, they actually just built second Big Ben right next to it, then watch it once the original is fixed. Source, you played the Layton games. The fact that that sounds like something that could happen in the Layton games is I can believe it. I can believe that it would happen in Layton game. I said Time Lord, but you don't actually watch Doctor Who. Yeah, so for reference, in Doctor Who, there's this pocket watch that is able to basically hide the Doctor's essence as a Time Lord. It's kind of weird, but it leads to a very interesting story. And so whenever you see Pocket Watch in this game, I hope you just think about the fact that anytime it's opened, someone could accidentally become a Time Lord. Also, yes, I watch a lot of Doctor Who, so, there we go. Guess I'll have to play the entire Layton series confirm. I would like to, but sliding puzzles scare me, so I think I'll pass. I mean, first of all, there's a Doctor Who movie that was set in America that I think was made by an American group, I think. Otherwise, Doctor Who does air here, and I'm a big Doctor Who fan. There's also been a few episodes that have been recorded here in the States, which is pretty rad. I always love to see that. You know, you look like you know what a Time Lord is. It's possible, I think. You just need to see it in a vision. Thank you for the hydrate. And the stretch. They aren't that bad. They are really bad. If that's your reason, I actually respected you hate them so much. Sliding puzzles. I've seen enough sliding puzzles to have trauma. And I wasn't even the one who did that. I still remember watching a streamer who spent like 14 hours on stream trying to do one sliding puzzle in Layton game. And that is like horrifying to me. Alright. This must be the Lord Chief Justice's desk. I believe it's made of marble. Looks more like an over-the-top tombstone that's toppled over to me. I think that's your fanciful imagination at work again, Mr. Naruhodo. Feels like everything that's normally made of wood and paper at home is made of bricks and stones here. I know, that is why this place feels so overbearing, I'm sure. Friends keep trying to get you into Doctor Who. The only way they get you to watch it is if there's scary episodes with horror elements. There's a couple of them, but admittedly, yeah, Doctor Who's generally lighthearted. At least it doesn't delve into genuine horror, except for maybe a couple times. By the way, Weeping Angels, I love them. Blink remains a freaking masterclass and also a fairly terrifying episode. Although I'm sure everyone, if anyone has heard of Doctor Who, they know what Weeping Angels is. So, I mean, that alone shows the notoriety of them. But I would recommend it. I haven't actually kept up with the later seasons at all, but you know, the first half of the modern era of Doctor Who I am very familiar with. Oh, the Waters of Mars, Ruka. That episode traumatized me as a kid. Genuinely traumatized me. That is why I know immediately what you're referring to. It is a really cool concept, though. No, but you can just make up whatever you want to be and roll with it. I mean, yeah, if you don't know what a Time Lord is, then you can invent your own. I like that logic. Deerscape Forest sledding puzzles just for me. I think I would have a stroke. And anyways, that's basically just Somnium Files 3 at this point. So let's hope it doesn't have sliding puzzles. You have the developers up for the same fate as Alice if that's the case. Oh gosh, I feel that. You thought that episode was awesome? Here's the thing, I was young when I watched that. Like, I was very much still a kid, which first of all makes me feel old as hell now. But nowadays, obviously, I'm not as traumatized, and it is so good. It is really damn good in a lot of different ways. So I agree. My younger self wouldn't, though. My younger self would very, very much disagree. Just look at all the naughty books packed together on these shelves. They go from floor to ceiling. And they're all books that you couldn't hope to come by in Japan. It's like a dream. Yes, a very bad dream. They're not at all about British law either. There are books about the judicial systems in other Western nations. France, Germany, Spain, Holland. What about Russia? Why do you ask? I was wondering about asking Lord Chief Justice just how you say wardrobe in Russian. What do you think? I think perhaps it's a thought best abandoned. Tragic. Gotta go, but have a great rest of your stream. Bye, chat. Alright, well, thanks for stopping by, Ruka. I really appreciate it. And have a good rest of your day. And just remember, don't drink water that you find on Mars. Don't do it. Have a nice pocket watch. Look at these menacing metal giants facing each other across the room. I believe they're suits of armor. Right. I thought maybe they were like the lion dogs we have in Japan guarding shrine gates. No, not at all. In fact, in Europe, suits of armor like these are always possessed by evil spirits, you know. And there you roam around in the middle of the night. Really? There's nothing you don't know, Miss Hisato? This book tells me everything I need to know about everything. If you're ever unsure, just ask. Okay, so what I've learned is the 5th mansion in Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon takes place in Britain. Nice to know. Where did she get that incredible tone? Or tome? Oh my gosh. This some kind of clock? Actually, I think we might be inside some sort of giant clock, but those gears are larger than anything you'd find on a steam locomotive even. It's eerie. Do you think clocks are some sort of hobby of his? The Lord Chief Justice, I mean. Well, boys do enjoy fiddling around with machines, don't they? I'm not sure you could fiddle with cogs that size, and I'm certain you couldn't call him a boy. Still, it's amazing how little noise the cogs make considering how large they are. There's actually something quite soothing about their precise rhythm. Alright, that's that. Alright. Armband. An armband I inherited from Cosmo. It identifies the wearer as a defense lawyer throughout the Empire of Japan. Lord Strongheart, may I show you this? To accept this item, issue a receipt, examine it thoroughly, and make a formal statement of my findings. Would require something in the region of 24 seconds of my time. Sorry? Does the item warrant 24 seconds of my time, Mr. Naruhodo? Let's leave it for now. Damn. Get ready for me to present this to everyone, by the way. London. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Help! I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water, and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Sasado-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. Yes, there's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievement from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It'll be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Lord Chief Justice? I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Asogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news? Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that is true. Yet it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madame, about the study tour? Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then, the moment of the truth. Continuing the study tour. Thing is, Lord Lord Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me, Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but with that lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that is Mr. Soki. At least that's what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is... Oh, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruhodo, considering things here if I'm not careful, what am I going to say? There's someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer. It's Actually, there's no one. It's Mrs. Susato. It's me. It's me. It's me. I can do it. That's so. I mean, I don't actually have qualifications as such, but no qualifications, you say, and yet you claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And that Cosmo helped me, and I was the accused, but I'm glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Boodia. Voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years in training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Cosma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on the study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please! 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Thanks. So, you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well, you have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Alright, just what is this test and what pocket watch gaming are you going to be doing as part of it? So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said, so let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect. In fact, there's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as of yet, so this will be a welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test? What could be simpler? Oh, how do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask what sort of trial it is, said Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder? Thunder moment. An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will, of course, be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Well, come on in, Reina. Immaculate timing. Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short C-base introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? You could have possibly guessed it was a murder case on Ace Attorney, right? Only the third time. You didn't do anything. Oh, I believe you, Reina. Probably. There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. The defendant may live or die, depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job, and say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? I'll do it. I don't have a choice. Poor Kazuma. Alright then, if I have to give you a decision now, my answer is... I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it is as I expected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry, Miss Susato, but what could I do? It's alright. I understand. You do? Not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? I think what Miss Susato means is that no matter how badly you'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel the exact same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, or some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Damn. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. If that happened, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. That's awful, but that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold, hard truth of the matter is that there's only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madame? Me, what do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. And I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. Alright. He's gone. The Old Bailey. We're going to this, Mr. Naruhodo. We must leave at once. Miss Usada, can I just ask you something? Careful, from this position I can perform a Usada takedown in an instant. I know. Mr. Naruhodo, you heard Lord Strongheart. The trial starts immediately. If I need to throw you, I will. No, you could just say, I think we should hurry to the courtroom. If you need to ask me anything, it'd better wait until we're at the Old Bailey. Damn. Alright, so anything I do will get us yeeted. Alright, let's get out. Wait, can I converse with her at all? I assume the same thing will happen. London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past, the Old Bailey. This is where I'm to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. February 18th, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could be so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It is one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. Oh, I feel bad. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we arrived here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose there's that. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here. But there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. Feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Heaven mourns you, madam, sir. Hello. What are you doing following me here? Things are far desperate, aren't they? Sorry? Would you look at those expressionless faces from the east, are you? We're from Japan, yes? Ah, Japan, is it right? Say no more. So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... Yeah, a rich-looking person jump scare. He looks very rich. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, none to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all us in a strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet now. Oh my god, it's Jacksepticeye. Jacksepticeye, if... Jacksepticeye if he's British. That is the stupidest thing I think I've ever said in my entire life. I'm so sorry to everyone for what I have just said. Tis grand, tis grand. Let's start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? But please, Mr. Sato, you don't have to shout. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? It's nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy a city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. That hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'd be wanting you to do something for me. Oh? Be honest. It's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see. For me, good self here, I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry about ting. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, none more. It's probably cool if that's first, regardless that Jacksepticeye, he was British. Yeah, that hurts me there. Oh yeah, that was the 69th quote, huh? What a freaking quote. The 96th quote is gonna be horrifying. Also, now I want to see just what quote do I get if I test my luck. It's Grandmaster, damn you, he says with all the authority of a Discord moderator. Oh, that's still so good. As you see, the trial is gonna start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it up. Fairly recent one, Rube, so that checks out. Terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? And bluster and blazons to use. You not know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names? No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see, I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, doesn't next to Hyde Park there in the center of London, another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It's called a McGilded Park, full of blossom and flowers in spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to city, so I did. An entire park in central London. City of Smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for a city and its quiet old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. You have, Neko has no bangers, but at least Neko finds them funny. You have 2 quotes. I mean, hey, Neko, this quote's pretty dang awesome. You have 1 banger from your Mass Effect meltdown. Hey, that's also a very good quote in my opinion. We're getting a lot of quotes though. I'm pretty happy with that. Quote 60. This is what eternal collapse is like. Acute organ failure. They're going to have to take me out of my house in a stretcher. Oh, that's... I don't know how you knew that from memory, but I'm so glad you did. To propagate and make sure Nugget's funny jokes get erased. Absolutely not. Your jokes are peak. Total zinger. But now they've got the goddamn good for nothing criminal, me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? Alright, don't pass out. Mr. Naruhodo. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Hey, now we have a British banger. A bit of every flavor, you see. The man on our creeping back in. Good idea. Alright, you know what? Since there's no voice acting in this game, I'll enable this again. Why not? The British pizza. And variety is the spice of life. That it is. Mr. McGill, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on study tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, what was I after saying you daft Egypt? Oh my god. I've given you thought I'm getting you stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. Oh, I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claimed to have more money than the Queen. But if that is true, why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it! That's the only explanation. Well, no. Not at all, although it is a little strange to be honest. Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean. That would be the fault of the Reaper. The what? What do you mean, the Reaper? This isn't Mementos, is it? Sorry, did he just say Reaper? Is that the Grim Reaper? Oh, thank you, Fuka. Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barak van Zieks. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper? When Van Zieks stand for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused have been damned. What? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Barak van Zieks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madame. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? Defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way to the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Till you showed your face here, I made up me mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? But then you made an appearance as student of law, wouldn't you know? 'Tis no accident, I can assure you of that. 'Tis fate, so don't get cold feet now, please. I literally know nothing about the case or this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Once again, if you brought to the Discord game chat VC, you'll find the exact message. Not sure if it's spoiled or not, but you think left it unspoiled precisely in that case. In the case anyone read it out of context. Well, we're about to see the Grim Reaper, I think. Mr. Naruhodo? The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Cosmo would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Cosma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. '18th of February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Someone who was on the run from Russia took out Kazuma. And it was largely a spur of the moment panic that caused her to do it. He wasn't particularly assassinated or anything, and then also the crew helped cover it up, although they didn't really know the extent of what happened. Oh my gosh. So this is the highest court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. Feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes the words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. Ah, they seem normal to me. Totally normal. I know, but I just can't help it. The name of Her Majesty the Queen. I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. Is that the Grim Reaper? Oh my god. So dumb. They hate him because he's Irish. It checks out. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course, sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Ugh. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder. A capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? As I've said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give opportunity to the young. Even if the fellow student from some little island off in the Far East, is it not the British way to ignore the dangers of yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance? I like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please, may we go play in McGilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's certainly welcome news. Certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, in most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Oh no. So this is the panel jury. Yes, my lord, if the task is send rudders to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. At the manor, his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Ha! Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for my grandson. Mr. Naruhodo, these people are the jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet. That's right, I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the juror determined guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I do not know, but I'm sure it will be clear as the trial progresses. Yes, it will. Prosecutor Van Zeeks. My lord, it's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I'm known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstance of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. Must be the only ones here who aren't aware. Since it took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry, Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. But he himself was not. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, Counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. Autopsy report. A report prepared by the Scotland Yard coroner and gives the cause of death as internal hemorrhage as a result of single stab wound to the abdomen. Oh boy. A photograph of the victim taken on the omnibus. The knife in his abdomen is clearly visible, but his face is partially obscured from view by an old crooked hat. The thrice fired Mason, male, occupation 54, or age, occupation brickmaker, age 54. Time and cause of death, 15th of February, 10 p.m. through 11 p.m. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife while journaling in an omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulting from the trauma. That's it. What is that? Maybe just a button. One further item of notice. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. Is that the bite of 87? The stab of something, I guess. Stab of 87, sure. And these are... Good lord. Is that blood, Counsel? Yes, my lord. These by policemen who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilda's gloves had blood on them? Yes, I'll accept these as evidence as well. The defendant's leather gloves have been entered into the court record. Somehow that blood is going to be either someone else's blood, or the gloves were like slipped onto Mr. McGilded when he's knocked out or something, probably. 28 stab wounds. Those stab wounds are very compact if there's 28 of them. How did I get into this? I'm backed into court before I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there are only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Only 3 of them reacted, huh? In, well, rather damning circumstances, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a fierce tiredness and always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? Okay, yeah, so he is asleep and the gloves were put on him. Did the motion of the carriage, my lord, Tilton, Lilton, so it is, and when I opened my eyes again, it was a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I'd never laid my eyes on before in me life. Now, excuse, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. Okay. So the blood got onto gloves then after the man had been killed. Unfortunately, That statement of the driver's is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it? There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. There's the other three. Order, order, order! When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we'll hear the testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. Oh, there's 3 of them. Witnesses, your names and occupations. Oh boy. My name is well, everyone called me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay, I'm a banker in the city. My name is First. Lady First. I make hats for gents. That is a really funny name pun. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then let us proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. It was the last bus in the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. An ambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed in the omnibus with their own eyes. Nothing else about that. I'd like to ask a question if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those 2 witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. Windows? How? Plain. I read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend, have you ever even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. Well, I've only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us to all see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? The actual scene? How? The carriage is designed to be moved after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes? The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place where this bloody crime took place is in here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff! Bring forth the stricken omnibus! It really is in here, damn. So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. Yeah, they really just parked that thing right here, didn't they? Can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, another 4 on the roof top deck above. Every Londoner knows that best views of city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there's a skylight in the roof allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. A skylight? Oh! The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That is how they came... That is how they came to witness the grim instant. Through the skylight! Ugh, that makes perfect sense. No! Well, Counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced the crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. Revolutionary technology. They could never do this on the DS. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I'd like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. The 8-seater omnibus that was at the scene, that was the scene of the crime. There are passengers both inside the carriage and on the roof deck that night. Alright, just what juicy secrets can we learn from this? What do you mean, Phoenix Wright Omnibus? What do you mean, Phoenix Wright Omnibus? What do you mean? Why is Phoenix Wright here? This is like, who knows how many generations too early. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? Oh, this scene of murder, it's horrible. That's blood that soaked into the seat, the victim's obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab someone in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there's a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Phoenix is a time traveler. Frankly speaking, I've seen him do crazier. Ah, that's a puzzle from the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a focus on being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Any new dialogue? No. That's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. Okay. This seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough for two gentlemen sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such refinery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she'd have to be seated in here. Women in kimono would have the same problem. Women clubs are very impractical, aren't they? Again, that handle looks very peculiar. This seat has a handle, it seems. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools, the storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. Or for a stowaway. That one doesn't have a handle. Nothing of note in here. The fact that it has a handle feels... Oh wait, there's something there. No, it's just personal. It's the coachman. Yeah, nothing. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. There doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. This puzzle can be opened from inside the cabin at least. That looks to be it. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets up from here. Not entirely fitting, but it works. So people sit all the way up here on bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them. And they have to pay money to do so. But I can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around city and freezing cold as a punishment? Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see it quite clearly. That's not good for us. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Yeah, okay. I can't find anything really insane. And then the gloves. It's definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. But nothing will come of grumbling now. No, by the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ah, pity, if only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would have been fairly incriminating, really. I can't believe it! The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with proceedings, then your cross-examination counsel. I still feel like I haven't really seen anything amazing. Well, you know there's space in there for something. Who knows? Alright, we're just gonna have to go on, I think. Your cross-examination counsel. Pray don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Focus, Ryunosuke, focus! What the witnesses saw. Alright. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers I remembered well. Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh, yes, sir, that's right, sir. Ever so cold it was, freezing in fact. And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though, no. And there are no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that? No, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime, then. I'd say the boss insists on it running, he does. Every evening, that bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again.
Hold it!
You saw them through the skylight and the roof of the carriage? That's right, when you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There's a lamp on the inside, so I had pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats and couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilted. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? Mr. Gilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. Why's Abe Lincoln here? Don't worry, he won't be for long, Neko. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Do not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilted. So I'm gonna take a guess and say that a person could have hid in the little storage space temporarily and then left later. Yeah, average age attorney witness being like, well, I didn't see them, but I know it was them. There's no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. Then out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife into his guts.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened? Didn't I already testify to that? Our fair income, hard-working city banker not considered trustworthy these days. Oh no, I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've already got his I've really got his backup. Perhaps you could tell us in a little more detail if that's my lord. Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich, never have. They're always up something or other that they shouldn't be, every one of them. That little leprechaun of man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Ay, ay, ay. That's terrifying. There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyways. That is precisely what I was about to say. Oh no. As the foreman of jury, it is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What the? What is happening here? Let me see. Ah, yes. It seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw a moment ago. So those enormous scales fall completely to the black side. Does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Ugh, now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well, the court acknowledges the change in the jury stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Ah, this really is a nightmare. You don't think this is a Smithsonian-approved documentary? Honestly, I don't think so either. This, looks spicy. You stabbed him, you say? And were you sitting up on the roof? And you were sitting up on the roof deck, weren't you? Yes, that is right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about new hat design, you see. They're just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then, I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly, that huge great knife. A grim sight indeed. Ah, that didn't help me at all. Ah! Oh no. Sure, look even like they're even more convinced that my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First! Yes, sir? Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. The very one, sir. Is that... Yes, counsel. Oh. Yes, counsel, this is a blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Ugh, please no. M for Magnus, perhaps? Or McGilded, possibly? Take your pick. Seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Ugh. Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. Largest knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Quality and fancy ornamentation suggested must be quite valuable. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Junior juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGilded is pillar of society and gentleman, and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to dispose of the rubbish? Not even more. Oh gosh, half of them have turned. No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Stop! Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. That's part of the sheath, isn't it? Could this also be a W? Does fire have mass? It's the weight of the verdict they're giving. Wario jump scare. Oh no. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh, those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. That's not a blade. That's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Oh boy. Thank you for the metal pipe. It's the weight of the verdict, Neko. The emotional weight causes it to have enough mass to push the verdict down. But it works like that in London, Great Britain. It surely is blood, the victims. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like Japanese man's blood. Do you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. We dropped Kazuma's sword? No, not his sword. An ornate letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilda's initial. It had been beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes W. This could change everything. A W. Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases. I'm sure of it. They said the thing. They said the thing. I'm afraid I don't know at all, but what I'm sure of is that is an M. Oh, well, that idea was quickly squashed. No, I think it's a W. I think it's a W. I think Wario made his way in here. There are only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press the witnesses for information, I just make the situation worse. Oh no. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. That's terrifying for me, actually. That is really terrifying, because if they make this the constant mechanic of why you don't want to press everything, first of all, that'll make me sad, because I love pressing. Just in general, because most stuff's useless, but also, oh gosh, that's gonna make this so much more stressful. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. You mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back, but... Alright, I'll keep trying. Can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. I need to figure out something. The accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. I mean, I don't think, according to First's testimony, he didn't see the motion. He only saw the direct aftermath. As soon as I heard a scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. What exactly did you see? Oh, well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor, he was. And by the passenger, obviously you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaster. And then the other passenger had that knife in his hand like this. By the other passenger, obviously you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunged it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. How did you see it? What? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, you're number 5. Do I take it that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. Oh no. But I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please wait. Just keep an open mind a little long. Gee up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight. Beppo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. Oh, this is too unkind, sir. That means that 5 jurors agreed to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear, what can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of witnesses in the stand. Oh yes, I certainly have. I still got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just so near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know, to put on a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can imagine such fine young gentlemen would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, surely? Mother, maybe go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some more books. How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do people not know what kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of man is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded, enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Don't the crows. McGilded lend money at extortionate rates of interest so its victims have no hopes of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madame. Does this thought not cross your mind? Would a man of would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that. Victim, a poor brickmaker, and next nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It would come at no surprise that his creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded. But let it also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious. Brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it.
Hold it!
If I might add something briefly, Miss Susato? You claimed that victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where's evidence to support your claim? It was revealed to me in a vision, madame. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollowed chalice in a court of law. Ah, there it is. Lord Von Zeke's hollowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? Doing backflip and dying, they confirmed the answer. DLC did so well. They want to continue this kind of monetization in the future. Well, it's over for Persona 4 Rewind or whatever it is. It's so over. I hate that so much, Neko. But I found myself in unexpectedly good humor. I'd heard late from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies known by the accused. You'll find the victim name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray, forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Council. I'll gladly accept this new evidence. A catalog of people had borrowed money from the defendant at a high rate of interest. This includes victim who owed 20 guineas. Yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps? Actually, I wonder. I'm sure you will not find Mr. Shum's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Oh god, it's cursive. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Oh goodness, what is it? Look at this, do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment. Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Oh, he would have reason. He had reason to want McGilded gone. Thank you for the lurk, Rube. Also, yeah, British jump scare. He borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. It's possible that this is coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Among the defendant's list of debtors is Bruce Fairplay, who would have been due to repay his loan immediately. And the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park too, what a scoundrel. Oh! Still. Maybe it's all for the best. Ah, wait! I don't stand for nonsense. Well, it's over. That was it. Last juror's decision. It's probably not over yet, because the judge still has to make a ruling. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty. Court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will deliver a final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I'll now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Object! Mrs. Sato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yet? You're in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your encyclopedia. British law, however, the defense. What did it say next? Oh, yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver his final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I'd say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure mention. It's a relic long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck? Oh. What even is it, Mrs. Sato, the so-called summation examination? Oh, one moment and I'll read about it. You would demand the right to procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. Think that under this procedure, we'd be able to appeal to the members of the jury. Do what? Exactly? Appeal to them, change their leaning, and reverse their decisions. And it says here that if successful, the proceeding of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try in this day and age. We aren't self-respecting. Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? A summation examination. Our last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry out or admit defeat? We would never let Kazuma down. The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very high standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. Since his petition is perfectly valid, the court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Woman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not. No, there's no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so... All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. That seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems none of them have experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. The defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you. But before we get into the summation examination, we are going to go on break. Because it is in fact, that time. We are 2 hours in stream. I need to stand up, stretch, refresh my water, do other streamer care, and to give you all the chance to do the same. So, thank you all so much for watching. I'll be gone for 10-15ish minutes. That's usually how it is. While I mean, some ads will play, but those are just get rid of pre-rolls and you won't be missing any action, so I appreciate the understanding. Bald. Yeah, that dude with the top hat is, his hair's not doing great. But yeah, we'll be back very, very shortly. And we are back. We're ready to continue on. The court calls on you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. Judicial finding. The jurors' contentions. There's no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him in... He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I've simply typed and collated all of the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fares, fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. On the floor? But he didn't on the floor. Boogie, you want to see Danganronpa execution? Can we kill guy number 3? Mods. Juror number 3's the blackened. I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments though, do they? Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to throw everything I can at them. Need some very persuasive language. I didn't find anything. Here, did I? No. We only have the compartment. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy mind with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Fortunately, when the jurors have cited the defendant's guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then, they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just saying what I read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand. The key to this procedure is using jurors' own words to make your argument. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a unified front, but the truth is, they're complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, then we contrast statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. Okay. Put them into a Pokemon battle. Where their Pokemon are their arguments and all of them suck. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradiction in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Right, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, counsel? Alright, I already have a couple ideas. Ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Jury examination. The defense's rebuttal. Why is Pitt? Okay. There's no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. Certainly, the testimonies we've heard suggest the victim and Mr. McGilded were alone inside the carriage. Precisely my point. But could there be some other explanation? Something we haven't considered yet? Yes. Such as? Perhaps that's something we could all work out together now. Now listen here, maybe you don't know how things work around here because you're from foreign climes. But we're here to form our opinions as individuals, and I have... Ugh. Oh dear, he doesn't appear to be in the mood to consider an alternative point of view, does he? No, I'm going to pit the jurors against one another like Susato-san said. Finding contradictions in these 6 people's assertions is the only way I'm going to succeed. Oh wait, okay, I have 2 contradictions. Pitting, you can trust guild fare, fares is our motto, we haven't raised price above 4 pence for years, versus I trust the driver, he has an excellent memory, it seems 4 pence with fares totaling 20 pence. That would be 16 pence. Either someone's horrible at math, or you're wrong! Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, Counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver Blaze's maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. According to the coachman, Mr. Prepman, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have those precise details typed neat here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is a fair and convenient single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. That doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers have been... 4 passengers paying 4 pence each if you do the multiplication. It would be 16 pence. Exactly, as I said, it doesn't add up, the figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare? Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it is distinctly possible. There's another passenger we've heard nothing about! Good gracious. This can't be right. The coachman of the guild are good, honest men, and all trustworthiness is our watchword. He figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? But the guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this is the trial, if the trial weren't done now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this mid-roll trial doesn't end? Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into the inside side of the inside side of the set of scales. Now hold your horses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. And wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo! Let's go! Progress. Oh, this is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. For the love of Mike, not you as well! A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exact standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! We can make a change to just 2 more jurors' minds. We can force the trial to continue. 2 more, actually. There's something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that is where you must strike next. So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's a contradiction in their assertions. Exactly, you can do it! Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavily on side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Okay. There's no one else inside the carriage at the time. Took the chap next to him just like this. I think it's juror number 3. And juror number 6 is having that poor man on the floor. It beggars belief. I think it's you versus you. Those two statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. What is this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Want to test me, do you? It was like this, stuck the fellow right next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How do you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madame? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it is like this. He stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now, don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fella next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. You shall eat fine, you shall treat it like your own son. As you should, Dill. Welcome on in. Enjoy your bread. Thank you for the hydrate. And for the stretch. I appreciate both of those and have done as much. I very much enjoyed those, so I will. The universe is not ready for an Ace Attorney and Danganronpa collab. I'm waiting for it. I mean, Sofa Gunner did something like that, and honestly, it was a bop, so I think the world is ready. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches. What a muddle. What this tells us? That there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh, but why the dickens would they lie? If a gunner doesn't count, that individual is not from the world. You're right, because it's actually a group of people. All of them very talented, doing amazing stuff, and y'all should go check out King for Another Day. Absolutely peak music crossover, and you will find Rip for just about every single one of your niche interests in it. Thank you for a cardboard pipe. I appreciate it. Know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. The scales. I don't believe it. Half and half. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's using some devious Eastern sorcerer, or she's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Enter me this dark jinx. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say this Shylock did stab the victim as he was sat next to him on the omnibus. This young dandy saw it. Now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again. Old grandma the goat. Seriously? She's just doing her best. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, what's to say it didn't happen like that, Who are you calling dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle on you. Oh, they're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Did two witnesses see different moments of the same crime? No, because he is only stabbed once in the abdomen. Lurk ace those attorneys. Alright, thanks for the lurk, Dill. I appreciate it. And we are going to ace every single one of these attorneys. I promise. It's out of the question. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come out with it. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. Thank you for the cardboard pipe. As foreman of jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what I want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutably hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime as proven by the autopsy report. Regardless of if Silva is more than one person, that doesn't change your statement. They are not of planet Earth. Even if not, the fact that they're drawn to Danganronpa and Ace Attorney means that even they acknowledge how ripe it is of an undertaking. And honestly, I approve. Your Honor, mods, he's bald. Give him the guilty verdict. The victim's autopsy report, according to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Eh? Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I can see defeat. Wait, that means forgers are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won. The summation examination, at least. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one, and if the chap ever dares cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jury now stand 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there's no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to advocate. The trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witness to return to their places. I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Ziek, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Oh, he's pissed. Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice. It may seem crass to crush its dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zieks. It's cold. Is it cold in here or is it just me? As your acquainted tome no doubt said, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. They honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. Seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let's proceed to the next round of battle. Oh, his cape's gone. Bring forth the witnesses once more! Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure. Oh, yes, sir. That I did, sir. course I heard it. Oh, yeah, yes, sir, I heard it. You, sir, on the end. The coachman, I believe it's Beppo. Yes, sir, my lord, sir. If it transpires in your previous testimony, you're attempting to veil the presence of fifth passenger on your omnibus, you'll be found guilty of perjury. You're advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, mio Dio. Oh. Now then, witness, I hereby call on you to testify before the court again. You'll explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Various misgivings. I won't carry for passenger that night. I swear it, well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He filled us on very heated, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw him gilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Yes. He stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so. Yes. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has risen from the coachman's sly little cousinage. Beppo, explain yourself! I'm terribly sorry, guild master. The guild spares 4 pence across the board. You know that? Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty. I've been dishonest, coachman. I'm so sorry. You're a disgrace, Beppo! A disgrace! And if your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild! If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers had 5 pence each. Yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. You've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination day. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. Not even denying it. Various misgivings. I only carried 4 passengers that night. I swear it, but So there's only 4 passengers on your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. That right? It's impossible to make last word of the day pay. And so cold, it was all I could do to stop myself from passing out. I'm getting chilled, Blaine, just listening to you. It was terrible, so I want to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passage? Is he always like that? Penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night, then we would have another suspect. Yes, he is always like that. Well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? Well, I paid 5 pence too, sir. And I just told you that I did. Flat fare, 5 pence across the board. And not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy my learned friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed, it's gone, dead and buried. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. He fiddled us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. There's a blood-curdling sight. You mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir! A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Oh, no. Good gracious. Really? We have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. Heard the banker gent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, you see. That's when I looked through the glass. That's when I saw the horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who's sitting next to him? Okay, damn. Things I've picked up. Alright. Not even the bait, yeah. That's what I said, isn't it? What was bothering me for this was, for just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, there was only two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there? There'd been much talk of fifth passenger, but as of yet, zero evidence. Then what are we wasting all this time for? Hey, it's black and white, man's guilty! Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jarred with me, which I could work out what it was. Oh, yes, I think he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so. Yes. Earlier, you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding a knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, you know, I might have put the cart before the horse, maybe. What is this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. And when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of his midriff. That's right, yes, and the fella holding the handle was the famous man. Yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of stabbing, did I?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? I'm getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Alright. What a situation. Well, it's a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spread your time peeping through a skylight on top of an omnibus, that is. Peeping? I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it clear as Ballard day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I'd ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that, alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? Well, we know what this is about. We're gonna press him, but gloves.
Hold it!
Blood-soaked? Ahem, well, Perhaps Soaked is laying it on a little thick. But anyway, there's definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw them from the roof through the skylight. Well, the skylight's reasonably large. I had a pretty good view. And there's a lamp on the inside of the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. Oh, this banker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. Not long ago, the trial very nearly came to an end. Somehow we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste this promised examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe, but we can't let fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. Don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as the reason. Alright. L plus ratio plus gloves! Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that Soak might be laying it on a little thick, but anyway, there were definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very, very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. Gilded, on the night in question. Oh yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent! But no, that can't be right. You're the liar here then. That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, because your entire testimony in question, you say you saw the moment the victim was sad, but is that really the truth? It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated he saw blood all over his hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why, I'm a city banker for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding member of societies don't prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying. It could turn the tide of this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. I have the evidence! My lord. Yes, counsel. The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court is the debtor's ledger. This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors, you name Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worth being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas, not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. Gilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? The documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guinea to the defendant? Gah. Gah. Order! 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 Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications on your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes! You did not tell the truth in your testimony! Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on McGilded's hands, both of them.
Objection.
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Ugh, you keep saying. So I think the point that we're supposed to take from this is that the person who actually did the stabbing wasn't wearing gloves, which is where this discrepancy comes from. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir? Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure that it was on both his hands, not just one. What? What? It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and did not see. I make myself perfectly clear. Yars. Mr. Nighthorn, this is good news. Oops. The course of the trial seems to have slightly shifted at last. Yes! I might finally have to turn things around here. Witness testimony, what the witnesses really saw, or saw if you're into that kind of thing. Metaphor is being added to Game Pass. I guess everyone with Game Pass has all the less reason to not play it. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remembered that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else inside that carriage, or we would have seen. Well, lo and behold, through the fact not one of you would witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there's no one else inside the carriage and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Let's just examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on seats, corroborating the witness's accounts. In other words, there's no substantial nor significant change in the facts of the case. Very well, your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. What the witnesses really did saw, seriously, trademark. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves that the defendant was wearing on the night in question to the court record. Well, I'm well aware that, sir. But, well, nonetheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant even in the face of hard evidence, steadfast refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could have possibly done it. I try and save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? How do you hope to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? That's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea. Or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10. I'm a banker, no one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. Embezzlement. That's a great thing to put in court. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how this is supposed to work? I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both attackers' hands with blood on them. You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of McGilded's gloves had any signs of blood. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. Here's that the dark colored stain on the dark leather glove wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on night in question reported that there is no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded's gloved hands. There's no blood on his hands. This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it. I didn't actually see anything myself, no, not until I heard this scream. You didn't see anything? Oh, yes, sir, that is say no, sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I said before, sir. Yes, very, very sorry, yes. It was very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. To say you saw nothing isn't quite right either. No, sir, I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beppo, you're driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? Oh, please, you didn't even see that. It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do to keep from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. It seemed prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beppo! Ah! Anyway, the fact remains there can't have been anyone else in that carriage, or we would have seen. And everything you saw of Vincent was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right. It was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember our shipping. It was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fella, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? So that no one could sit on the opposing seat. That's right, and it's a public service bus for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I can assure you I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. That's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there's anything else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal use, I'd say. Not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to. I mean, again, I have my working theory, but allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You're riding this omnibus and witness the events in the cabin through the skylight and floor of the upper deck, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there's a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure. But the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of crime is here in the flesh. I saw him vent. We gotta eject him from the court now. Very well, I'll uphold the prosecution demand. You'll identify the area of this cross-sectional plane of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face the direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight is as I've drawn here. Ah! That's right, my lord, as you can see. The seat opposite of the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely aware of it. Go!
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution. The rejoinder. British Court of Law evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? I don't know. We might not know. Could have been in the other seat, which was outside from the witness on the roof deck. The 16th student hidden under the seat. I mean, if they saw the moment of the stabbing, if they saw that, they saw the person reach over and stab him, then it's possible that McGilded could have been the one on the other seat at the time of the stabbing. I have an inkling, Woomy. Understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be a chance I've been waiting to turn the trial in my favor. That night on that murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was Magnus McGilded. If he was on the other side, then the other person would have been the one to do the stabbing.
Take that!
The passenger in the closed cabin that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That's his name of the defendant!
Objection!
Oh, damn. If I just desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollow chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Von Zeeks. People talk of the tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and cultural of their own. But I see they use terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain terms that even students of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested this fact is the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, counsel? The defendant's gloves, Your Honor. Your Lord. Both the witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there's no blood on both the hands of the person sitting next to the victim. Yet we know the truth be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both of the witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly, they both admittedly swear that they very clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was the third party? Obviously, the true culprit! Extraordinary! Order, order, order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense postulation just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated they saw the accused. But when they elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said two of them were wearing hats and couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes, the tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. You call yourself a hatter? Didn't spill a single drop of that throw, 10 out of 10. I know, right? All of that just evaporated immediately. Very tidy. The style of hat makes no difference. There's no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded would undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact. Unless that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation? That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled? Ah. Oh god. He's right. If there is another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused Mr. Gilded to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he'll have already made full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been the most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGill to testify or not? Oh gosh. We need to hear his testimony. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. In that case, I'd like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh, yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Now maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. And there are now two matters which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there is a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Big God, no, 'tis not the nature tied and anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all, or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilded. The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on night with meself and the other man, there was another passenger. Is it true? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You what? Oh, God. No, Magnus McGilded, that convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am Lord Von Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said none when I taken in by the police. I do be having very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. A child being able to fit underneath in the little space. If the police had known the wee one was there, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this courtroom, just like meself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I do not know. You do not know? Aye, well, the wee ting just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution called for the witness's statement to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? Smoke? Oh, fire! There's a fire! Look, someone trying to get away after them. It's no use. I can't see anything through the smoke. What's going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Everybody call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. We are hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Amid scenes of chaos as people stumbled over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that for the time being, at least, the trial was suspended. Damn. So the true culprit was in the courtroom at that moment, and that was their escape plan. Oh. This game does not play by the book. 18th of February, 12:52 p.m., the Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. What on earth just happened in there? Mr. Naruhodo, I mean to find out what happened. Miss Susato, I told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of thing ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl around 15, I hear. Oh, no. Oh, no, Chad. Young girl? Then could it be the other pastor that McGilded was talking about? And is she Russian? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There's so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he's summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? And what is she even doing here at this trial? She's taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? There's another matter that's troubling me. What's that? The 20 pence. Huh? Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night and at a fare of 5 pence each. That come to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now seems there are in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right, that is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceed into the courtroom. Trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. I'll be out right away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. You'll know soon enough, Miss Susato. Yes! I'm scared. 18th of February, 10 p.m. 1 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. There's a young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. He must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well then, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks. My lord, I believe you have established the cause of smoke which veiled the proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade, of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army? What in devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she is caught. And now occupied the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? Ahem, if I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilded. I think perhaps I ought to explain here why it is that this wee lassie was here in the first place and why she tried bolt like that. 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so it is. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You'll explain to the court how exactly this young woman is involved in the case. Just what happened during that night. Not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. Interrupt. Hope I'm not interrupting. Oh, come on in, Nui. Nice to see you. And you're not in fact interrupting the young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, the lad thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. Oh. Then I turned to find where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Objection! Gosh. That's also a sound command. And would be very appropriate here. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus. Is that correct? It's exactly as the defense counsel said. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Oh, he's pissed. Young girl. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off.
Hold it!
And when you first got to the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty, and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were. I see. Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. It's most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means. 'Tis how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman whose dad was sitting. Like I said, 'tis most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. He's so annoyed. Then, Begorra's loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say? And a scream? Aye, that's right, how can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground, that sort of noise. Do you think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well now, you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor. Oh, you didn't see anyone, but at the same moment you did hear a scream? From the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was too stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. There's a fella collapsed on floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? 'Tis common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. Lord Van Zeeks, now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well now, as you know, I'm in some of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offered them, and some would even see me dead, so I do try where at all possible to avoid getting myself in a tangle with trouble. Are you suggesting you were just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no. I was intending to report it, so I was. Only, I had a mind to find out whys and wheres first. The whys and wherefores? Right you are. There's some details I want to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thud of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court there's no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now, 'tis a queer thing. The wee scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Yep. Thank you for the cardboard pipe, Rube. Good gracious. Under your backside. And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? The Speedwagon Willy Wonka love child there. That is the accused. Someone who is very, very, very rich and also slightly corrupt, being a very, very demanding loan shark. Gosh, Speedwagon Willy Wonka love child is a freaking quoted century, though. I love it. I believe it was just cardboard. Rube. From Willow. Yes, of course, the whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have her look around inside. Already did. And that's when I found her. There's a child in there all curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. You say she's hiding herself? Aye, that's right. 'Twas hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball, and our eyes met. Well, we were about to start a Pokemon battle, as you do when the eyes meet. My heart nearly stopped beating in me chest at the thought. Ugh, you're really overreacting this. What, the godless loan shark? Innocent? What's next? Vegan crocodiles? Yeah, I mean, we are somehow proving that he is in fact innocent, or at least it seems likely. But who knows at this point? Still, against all odds, there's hope. Although I don't know if that's a good thing. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chinwag out with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to that gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir. Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, gentlemen in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who's sitting on the rooftop deck. Reason your miss can be explained by your eyes failing to operate the vision part, so you must be leaving others and fix this. TLDR, you nearly fell asleep. Yeah, if you nearly fell asleep, then I wouldn't want to keep you up. Thanks for hanging out though, Rube. Have a good night. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. Alright, what's the one thing, Rube? In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was, in fact, this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Rube, my current plan is to, once I hit the 4-hour mark, try to wait for a really good stopping point. Or if there's one given right before it, then right for the 4-hour mark, go with that. I will not be going until the case sees its end, most likely. I hope. Did I read that? What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and late Mr. Mason. Ay, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat in the back of the carriage out of sight. There's never a good stopping point. Not always true. The to be continued would have been a good one, but honestly that's too early for me to end. It's certainly plausible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature, and readily confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, with a scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've heard enough. Events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earned her crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. Ah, pickpocket. Thief. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here? A petty thief. Order! Order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. What? How dare you! What is the meaning of this? And she's gone. The girl! She's gone! Open your eyes! I'm over here! Good gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what y'all are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This dirty little dipper, you'll say, slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself back into quarter so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, isn't it? No, not at all. This is court of law. We're here to determine... Look, that's not for cowards. Only dogs use weapons like that. All I need for what I do is these fingers. I'm a professional, right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? You just want to say, that's completely fine with extreme teeth under chapter halfway through and I start... Yeah. That's what I figured, cause, ooh, 6 hour, nearly 7 hour long streams per chapter is rough. Can't smoke guns among weapons for thugs. Oh, this. Yeah, this was in the bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheel drags. Nice, isn't it? Like the pink vest. Ah, do not wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus on the night in question? "'Tis alright, lass. You can tell him the truth now." Alright, yeah, just like the Irishman said. Considering last chapter is usually longer than usual, you're sure it'll all end up working out for the end to match with the regular stream ending. Most likely. The court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we'll now hear your testimony if you please. You'll tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. Oh gosh, I'm trying to do different accents, but also I've never actually tried to do different accents and I'm butchering them, but you know what? Oh well. All for the sake of content. If it doesn't, you can always play a pipe a clicker for the rest of stream. That I can, Rube. And yes, of course, you don't have to worry about pipe duty. It will be taken care of, and your will will be done. Also, welcome on in Subtle Pup's mitosis account, and thank you so much for the follow. Thank you, Rube. These accents, the Irish voice, and then whatever I'm doing for freaking Gina's is killing it. But I'll push through. You agree with pipe clicker. Oh gosh. So I snuck inside the carriage before they opened up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old wait till time. I got nothing to show for me trouble that night. I tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitching there. Then after a while, this loud bang nearly jumped out of me skin, I did, and screaming just came out. It's because of that, this swell found me. That helped me get away, mind. Doesn't sound like she actually has something to do with it. Yes, he let you go. I fail to understand why you'd let this street urchin go, Mr. McGilded. But take your leave now. I hope I enjoy the rest of the case I end up seeing today. I'm sure I will. This case has been a great time so far. I'm loving it. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. Thank you for the metal pipe. You see, she can possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? I'm sure I said it before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she is hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. Alright, get in there. This is where I sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat. Yes, it does appear to be large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. But of course the wee lass was stuck in there. Because I'd parked myself on seat for the duration. Oh. So you see, that's why I let the lass bolt. I knew that if police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. Eh? I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. I thought it was worth taking a punt of my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord! This is fine example of man... This fine example of man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. Well, that was easy. But at the same time, With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. But we aren't gonna accept this, are we? Saints alive! All 6 members of jury consensual and they're leaning to a verdict of not guilty? Well, this is unprecedented. Mr. Naruhodo, this, well, it must mean what? We're victorious. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
Yep. The sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends, pray, do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. That is wine. But frankly speaking, Deke's right. He kind of looks like a vampire. I don't be surprised if it's actually just blood of his sacrificial lambs. He calls the defendants sacrificial lambs because he called them that, so genuinely it could be blood. Motion. The witness's latest statement gives us clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings, noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord, the evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. Gilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Order, order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been affected, counsel? Wait. Hold on. We checked this earlier. Oh yeah, there's blood on the floor. I never even realized. That's blood, isn't it? There's something wrong. Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain's so obvious, that's all, and yet Van Zieks has made no mention of it. But that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Was that blood always there? That feels wrong. Yeah, it's gone. It wasn't gone before. No, I would have seen that blood, right? I would have seen that blood if it was there before, but... Oh, God. Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled in the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. And I agree with that. I can confirm. The game's literally gaslighting me. Yeah, because here's the thing. I did check this the moment we got it. There was stuff in that seat. I really checked for anything hidden under there, but it had a few different bags in it. I thought they removed them for the purposes of demonstration, but no. It's this blood stain, though, that I can't say I looked really closely at the floor, but I really feel like I would have seen this blood here. Considering I put so much effort into, like, scanning the side. Oh, God. Well, my Nipponese friend. Huh? Me? When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find in the condition of this underseat of compartment to be? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. How this on an elaborate excuse by a desperate Lord Van Zieks. Oh, so I get the choice. Well, Council, do you have something to say on this matter? We are not here to get a non-guilty verdict. We are here to find the goddamn truth. How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about that little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? I didn't look. It was empty. It wasn't empty. It wasn't empty! I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense, but as far as I remember at least, when I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there are a number of articles inside it. Yes. Are you sure, counsel? Be West? What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the sand. Why would he say something to compromise his position? I am gaslit and I hate it. As advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand, but it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. 'Tis not altogether pleasant, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then, a fella's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the fact that the cubbyhole is under seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Do you think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit you might have been mistaken? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should like the jury to weigh in on this matter, I think. During smoke bomb, someone got away. That compartment designed to have equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. This guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo is not that irresponsible. That moneylend and fleecer in the purse are lying. I can't believe I'd nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers, nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. The trick! Of course it's a trick! We can't be surprised. Quite so, I must concur here. The whole jury's not gonna flick, right? With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time, different truth it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there's the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. I mean, that's a fair point. So I love what this game's doing. I love it. I love how every single time there's something going on that's throwing a wrench in our plans. So I snuck inside the carriage before they opened up the horses, just like always. So you were already in the omnibus before you had even set off on its run? Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point? It's been a joy to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, isn't it? I suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money. That actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief? Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the affairs and all. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 22 wretched cabin men testified. And one little escape grace riding for free. The red coin of a driver always go for some grub before its last run, you see. So that's when I slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is storage compartment, full of equipment for the coach, no? Yeah, the brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I would chuck that out and cram it in a corner somewhere. No one ever seemed to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who arrived first at scene, the apartment was full of such a paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under seat. That's all I can tell ya. Did we reach the end of that line of inquiry? Continue. Thank you, Neko, for the metal pipe. But it was a right old wait the time. I got none to show for me trouble that night. Oop.
Hold it!
A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on me own in the god permit at least some of the time. I beg your pardon? Did you say god permit? Oh yeah, well that's what my kind call it. You say the omnibus, I suppose. When is any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. That's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it, only that night. This cove was sat on me indeed from the start. He didn't butt away, did he? Not 1 inch. I totally stuck. You mean tell us that you're present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah, right, mister? To be sure, as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion you've been sat on and find a child now, do you? So this Mrs. Lestrade couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I'll tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that I didn't play the pitch in there. So you couldn't see into the cabin, out into the cabin at all? Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up with me and Ed and look out the crack. Then I can have a butcher that who's gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. Seat I get under ain't as flush as other ones, see? Though most of the time passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out. I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feel too much like being thrown in the clink. But the only place to hide in them carriages, so it's an option's choice. Why didn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open then? I'd say there's some reason that she's not letting on, judging from her demeanor. So anyway, I'd bit scared, but I had to just stick it out under there. Nothing else to it. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang, nearly jumped out of me skin. I did, and the screaming just came out. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Would have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right. Oop. That's right, and then I felt the cushion over me. I'd get a lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not? It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butchered while I had a chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up, the bloke, what had fallen on the floor, seat opposite. That matches Mr. McGilt's account, of course. But then the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but was too late by then. I never should have risked looking. Because of that, this swell found me. It did help me get away, mind. Then when Mr. McGilda discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. As scared stiff I was, it dragged me out and sat me down on the seat and all. Back to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and ended up falling onto me. Oh, how awful. Both me and the god covered in blood made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands got covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. They should make an Ace Attorney game where you can just straight up lie and spread misinformation, but if you do too much, you get your law practice license revoked. So less cowardly Danganronpa V3. I approve of this perfectly. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while. Is that correct? Yeah, I'd pick some stuff, wanted to know me name and what I's up to and all that. Then I heard something from above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, I'd presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartfish, and this Irishman said to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later. Huh. All 6 members of the jury had cited the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. Clear that they are also very unsure. If we could find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure it'd clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right, and I have this niggling feeling something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it." So what is it? I've pressed everything. What's the contradiction? It was right old waste of time. I got nothing to show. Yeah. Can't see anything. How did he help you get away? I actually don't know. I think it's this last statement. Hold on, let me press this again. I had knife and guts, was still bleeding, then the carriage lurched a bit and ended up falling onto me. Both me hands got covered in blood, made me feel sick as a dog. And then get back under the seat. Just what is it? I actually have no idea what the contradiction is here. The contradiction is, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Oh, no. Knife sitting there. A bang. I swear that puddle of blood wasn't there before, but I think I'm just wrong. There's a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Yeah. But right wastable time, nothing to show for my troubles that night. The bang. I really don't see anything. Though it's probably something really, like, obvious. There's probably nothing in here that I could possibly care about. Yeah. Have I tried using morphogenetic field? Not yet. Next stream I'll figure it out, surely. It's definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight we confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No, by the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yeah. Oops, I did not mean to do that again. Anything about the knife?
Hold it!
You say loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right, and then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden. But then fella suddenly turned around and looked right at me. You know, what if this dude here, the thing lurched, right? If there's lurching, what if he just fell onto the knife? What could the contradiction possibly be? Cause like... Oh gosh, I don't know. The thing is, like, gosh. You looked it up and you still have no idea how that makes sense. That is terrifying. But I'm glad to know I'm not missing something immediately obvious. But I hate that. What could this possibly be? What could the contradiction possibly be? Loud bang, and then scream just came out. Because that this well found me did help me get away I've been so good up to this point. What could they possibly want? I did press her statements. Alright. Yeah, I'll just go back to them again and help. So you couldn't see into the cabin at all. Not a jot. Most days I push the cushion up. Look how it's cracked, and it can have a... Then...
Well, no.
Oh. Oh. You didn't respond before. You prick.
Excuse me.
Okay, that's something new. Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize, but there's something the matter, Council. I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? You seem to be thinking of something by yourself. Because I do statement 5, then 3 for it to trigger. That's kind of dumb, not gonna lie. Doing them in order just puts you in a disadvantage. Oh, no, 'twas nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. I remember feeling desperate in myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. But 'twas terrifying, so 'twas. I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm so scared of the dark now. Yeah, I can see. I can see that, just like she couldn't. Yes, I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm so scared of the dark now. I don't know about yourself, but I find that darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does. Maybe. Miss Lestrade, did you hear something that night? Anything an unusual noise, perhaps? Nah, not really. All I could deal with the Irishman snoring. Pajamas, there's no need to tell the whole world of me of foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. Well, if only Miss Lestrade had heard something and might have given us a vital new clue. Yes, what should we make of that last statement of hers? It is profoundly important. My lord, I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is the profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council. Nevertheless, Ms. Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? A supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work for me. That's right. Insult the judge, always good move. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring. So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time from the moment you hit yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there's no one in the cabin to start with. I could just put the cushion up in the butcher to see what was what. But then, when I saw this well going on, I got me head down so you didn't notice me. Thank you for the pipe, Neko. And Mr. McGilded sat on seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting out there as soon as I heard him leave, I see. See? But would he? No, not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his bigs to market, snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? Doesn't add up. Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. Seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. The Van Zeeks realized it too. Oh boy. I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but sound of Mr. McGilder snoring, but But think, Ryunosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. I think she should have heard a person. Very well, my lord, allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on night in question. Sound is very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. Mason?
Take that!
Thrice fried Mason. Yes, my lord, the sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus. Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you're the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Of course I was. Thought on while driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was. That still wasn't the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. You were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under seat cushion. It was on his own for sure. And from what we heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey, during of which time did you not hear the door open or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for why when for the swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Oh gosh. Yes, this petty thief statement was clearly flawed. Thank you for the cardboard pipe, Neko. Lord Van Zeek! Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency with Miss Lestrade's statement. If what seem the words are things in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are contrived untruths and nothing more. Is that right? How could he possibly have done it? This makes no sense whatsoever, and this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Oh no. Begins again. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she had some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. Neither can I. Mr. Foreman, I didn't want to judge the girl because she had some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. As Naruto, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. To the considerable trouble you have spared me. Oopsie, that backfired. Everything we do is gonna backfire in this game, whether or not it looks like it's helping our cause. Yes, that is very refreshing. Go, what are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Amadan? This is carnage. It's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left. But Naruto, the way this is going, I know if we can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. McGilda's innocence, the judge will rule and we'll have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Not again! Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel! I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my ejection. My adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. Does that mean... Oh my god. Did the two board at the same time? And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was in there already. There's another entrance he's put in there after he died. I think he was in there already. There's no way for him to have been put in there after he died, right? He was in there already. Clearly, he was in there already from beforehand. Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that clearly in your last statement? Never mind, I guess. That's really not pointed. The victim must have been carried from beforehand. Then answer me this, by beforehand, to what specific point in time are you referring? Well, clearly, that wasn't it? What do you mean? I thought he would have gotten on at the same time. Okay, considering the facts, right? Was this whole line of reasoning just wrong then? I can't imagine it's the other two. And they could have boarded at the same time, and he's lying, but... Could there possibly be a second entrance? They threw him from the driver's window, and that's why there's blood on the floor. So true, Neko. Could the body have been in there already? No, that wouldn't make sense. Maybe this whole line of reasoning was wrong. I don't know. The door wasn't opened even once. The only explanation is that victim entered then closed cabin some other way. I don't think any of these were right. The omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with the door, the other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. In short, there's another entrance to his cabin other than the door. But there could be. There's one possibility I hadn't considered. Oh, really? Yes, the other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening used to allow the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Wait. Oh my god. What's happening? So there is another entrance? Is it... It can't be the stowaway cabin. A second entrance. Inside the carriage to this opening, that's for sure, and there's lamp. They don't mean that the inside of that, do they? They...
Take that!
Yeah, no. Yeah. Where could that... So it's not the sea. What? The skylight? Does look like... It does look like it could be open. I guess. The body was dropped through the skylight!
Take that!
That's why the bang happened! It's obvious, it can only have been the skylight. I say the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words, however. The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through. So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? I'm committing... Both Mr. McGill and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained as the sound of victim falling from a seat while having been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses described? Noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact? Good gracious! Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it! You're now suggesting the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible! How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight, as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's true, but... Might a humble fella make a wee comment here. Mr. McGill did? To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof testified for said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, Mr. Lloyd, 'tis not so much a case of them not saying, but... It's a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having some of a compelling reason not to mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Wait, oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof? You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... conspiring? Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blizzerer? You rotter, he said. You rotter, what are you insinuating? What the hell is that booty jingle? This is a flaming outrage. I've got my mind. God, good mind give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. It's a fair play. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker, and me, a very angry hatter, suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in guts. It's a disgrace. It's scandalous. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too about you rotten scoundrel. Oh my god. Order, order, order! This is not the time, witnesses. Do not permit this a wanton invasion of the sand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Van Zeeks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nipponi, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without rooftop passengers being aware of the event. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You haven't intimated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I know I'd rash to put this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify! I thought there's something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. There's filth and rubbish in our midst. We must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery they're in complete frenzy. It's fair play, Mr. First. My lord. You will take stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. How much more could there possibly be to this case? Refuting the accusation. We are the only two people on that roof deck, dead or alive, I swear to that. If anything happened while we were sitting, don't you think one of the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. That skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Oh my gosh. Losing my mind. I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open roof deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see. For instance, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you are in collusion with one another. What? Eh? According to the investigation by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Ha, well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really, so why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Honestly, sticking true to my word, this might be as good of a stopping point as I'm gonna get until the case is just outright over. Because things are still only heating up from here. I'm pretty close to the end. Alright, you know what? Oh gosh. Maybe. I don't know. I think. Know what? Fine. It's quite literally at the bottom of the guide. I'll trust you, Neko, and if you're wrong, I'm gonna assume that it's a case of streamer taking longer than a normal playthrough. And nothing else. We'll see this through then. If there really isn't that much left, then I'm gonna go on a quick break. I need it, and then we're gonna see if we can wrap this up. Because honestly, I do wanna see this through to the end, and I think we can probably get it done pretty soon. I hope. But yeah, I do need to go on break to rejuvenate myself a little. While I'll be gone for like 10-15ish minutes. That's usually how it is. While I'm away, some ads will play, but those are just get rid of pre-rolls, and you won't be missing any actions. I appreciate the understanding. When we come back, we're gonna figure out just what's happening with this freaking case. I'll talk to y'all again very, very soon. For some reason, I'm gone, but okay, there we go. Back, and I'm doubly back. We're so back to do this. Refuting the accusation. We are the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive, I swear to that.
Hold it!
At no time did the victim, Mr. Mason, climb up to join you on the roof deck. Absolutely not, Dickin. No question about it, he said, none at all. Oh, but yes, of course, I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. The true Mr. McGill did. Hear me, my lord. At the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Without without that you were engaged in. Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? Ugh. And it's all about evidence in court these days, so it is. You do well to remember that. I saw you with my own eyes. This is going so well. If anything bad happened where we were sitting down, don't you think one or two of us would have noticed?
Hold it!
Well, it was on the final run of the omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. It is some kind of a lark. It is some kind of joke, he said. Is that what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly? Are you a fair dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. I'd give you keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut and you'd never open them again. That's extreme. It is extreme, I tell you. And we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and didn't hear ye at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. Oh no, it was a cold night, so it was. People do be seeing things that aren't real in the cult. It's hardly surprising. Sing things, sing things! I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point. You! Don't take it personally now, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then 'tis only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. He had no reason to kill the man. He had never met a thrice-fired Mason before. Oh no! Not once, not never. He never met the man before, he said never. And you, Mr. First, had no particular dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us had the remotest connection to the gentlemen who are inside the cabin.
Excuse me!
Mr. McGilted? Yes, Counsel, what can I be doing for you? When this last statement give you a pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. That right now, I wonder. What are you insinuating now? Mr. Fairplay, it has been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not, your payment date? I beg your pardon? Oh, you borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. An unconscionable rate of interest. You tricked me. It's extortion. Well, now that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The begrudgery that might motivate a fellow to pass his crimes off on another? Ah! And young Forest. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding on your head, that one of your own creations, is it? Well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, 'tis very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you, they like a distinctive touch. Customers, such as a thrice-fired mason. There's photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence, therefore, my lord. Oh? This you mean? And that style just looked like it. I can't help thinking that the poor feller's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh. That's one of my hats. Aye, that it is. So, it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer I'd wager you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. No, sir, absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. Wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel! Ugh. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been through his own research, hasn't he? Or been thorough in his own research, hasn't he? Please don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. Couldn't possibly have opened it. Are you sure about that? You're quite certain about that? The skylight was shut the entire time. I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his rag with you in a minute, that's what he said. Take a look for yourself, go on. Indeed, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. It is, of course. A fellow outside of Mr. Mason could likely break through it, still and all. What? It's looking at the side thing, you understand. Now you hold on a minute there, sir. The side of thing means nothing. Not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just meant to say, well, the point is I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone's looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as a rose, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? No, sir. The point is the skylight can't be opened.
Fine.
I tried and tried when I was inside that cabin of shame.
Excuse me.
Alright. But we can from that side. Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade! It opens. Huh? Skylight. This is what we're talking about, right? Oh, not again. Oh, them skylights open that easy. More easily than you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, You can't do it from the inside, you mug. Oh. Look, weeks ago I was up on the roof deck of one of them drags, and I had a great ol', I mean, I had bursts coming out of me ears. Listen, Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I left the last bloke's purse, he got wise with me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and make it. So what I did was I used skylight, opened catch, and jumped right through. What? Yeah, catch for them skylights on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. Skylight opens from the roof deck? Bailiff! Climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness claims. There it is. Oh, my hat. The Order! 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 So it appears that the street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens, and from the roof deck. Mr. Naruhodo, this could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. The skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate this for myself. The pool of blood's almost certainly directly below, isn't it? The skylight was fastened shut before. But now the catch has been undone, we should be able to open it. There's blood on it. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. But can I see the interact with the blood? Yeah, there's blood. I guess I can't point it out, but I know it's there. I mean, I should just be able to present it, right?
Hold it!
True. That's right, I demand to hear it! You came here to tell you what we saw, I tell you, not for this. What do you call us both? Chinsers, shysters, brand us as criminals. You call us liars, that's what he means. Accuses us of lying. As it stands at the moment. And there's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves now, is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here. Huh? Ah! If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. Wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. I couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilded either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence. No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So you're saying that what we need now is find conclusive pieces of evidence? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely.
Objection!
It doesn't work on its own. Okay. What if he had inside? Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you two, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ah! What is it? Look, just here. Look at this. Okay, so you had to examine it from the inside. Okay. That's without question. It's blood. Why'd there be a blood stain there? Surely. It can't be unrelated to the case, can it? There's a blood stain visible on the frame of the skylight when it's open. Alright.
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. Immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are facts, and they are irrefutable proof. Remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. You can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you, it's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. My lord, I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence which you allude? You'll point out what is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. Alright, that's right, I have to actually present it.
Got it!
By Jupiters! Is that blood? This blood stain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? Secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. No! Order, order, order! But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one particular spot in the skylight, sure. And that would be very convenient. Thank you for the cardboard pipe, Neko. Let's keep in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain if the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? It's all too plain if you see. There's the aftermath that shows poor fellow dropped from a fair height right there, so it is. What? No. But it cannot be. It's all lies. My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. Clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. Oh, they thought they could put the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On three then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
Yep, I was waiting for it. Chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would ye be referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks? A bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. What are you talking about? It's all there for all to see, and it's clearly blood. I presently attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officer's involvement over the carriage with a fine-tuned comb. Second date with absolute surety. No such smear of blood existed in the carriage. Oh no. Was I right? Was I right that this blood down in the bottom here wasn't there before? At least not until this trial began. But... Are you suggesting, Lord Van Ziek, that this stain of blood was... That extricated my lord, yes, and it's and while this court has been in session... What? What a palaver. Let's say I didn't expect such crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standard, Lord Van Zieks. By Magnus McGilded, a fellow known all over the capital for his fine contribution to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Oh gosh. Mr. McGilded. I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I'm well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens, that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt to the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGild is however ill-gotten that it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating scene of crime, bribing witnesses. That does your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Lord Van Zieks, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? No. I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. Blood on the skylight doesn't exist, you say? But if you all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there had been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood on it without the world and his wife seeing? That's right now, counsel. It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that court has been in session. No, it hasn't. My learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on the matter in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial, if you're asking me? It could have been possible. We know for a fact it happened. Thank you for the cardboard type Neko. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant best I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there's one possibility. Oh, good gracious, explain yourself, counsel. Yes, there is. Indeed, my learned Nipponese friend had no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Agina Lestrade. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, ye rotten feckless gouger? What? Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. Tis a wicked plot. Tis a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think it is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated early as a result of smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Consistencies such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I've said, that is not present at the start of trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord Van Zieks was able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty and that if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord, no doubt there's not a single person who sought fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus? I think the blood splatter also was wrong. My lord. Yes, counsel. There's one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in Hell's name are you going to say now? If you dare betray me, you little... Silence, McGilded! The court awaits the defense's clarification. The trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. None other than the bloodstain there.
Got it!
If we consider that victim fell through the skylight on the floor of the cabin, we'd certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. I'm not that blind. I did actually notice the blood wasn't there. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although, as an advocate for the defense, one might say that is a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. I'm sure McGilded is seething right now. Ah! This trial is over. Ms. McGilded? I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant. It's over, I tell ye. Memory recollection? What people think they saw. 'Tis all nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey had failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I'd thought better of Lord Zeke's. Well, my lord, I must concur with the defendant. The affirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zeeks, what is your position? The prosecution, my lord, had no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded would be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained consistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes the defendant could be guilty. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there's no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there's also non-conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me! Order, order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. Defense lawyer calling the accused innocent into question. Are you of sound mind? Oh, 'twas a grand decision to point you at my lawyer. So it was, so it was. What? I must say, I didn't expect such an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. You're out this for your troubles. Your job here done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honorable gentleman so succinctly put it afore, so I cannot go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Not more than a formality. Oh, God. I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. This Tigan Richard always guilty of something, you mark my words! I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. And that proceedings have unfolded this way. I'm compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Lord Von Zeeks. My lord, the case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait! When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord Von Zeeks ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair! The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What? Well, Lord Von Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. You mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? To the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Good grief, you've more to say to me, have ye? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. Have I pronounced the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded? Oh gosh. Not the confetti. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. They should have examined the evidence more. What are you talking about? The man's been cleared. He's innocent. For the courtroom in pandemonium, for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. What a freaking twist. 18th of February, 5:14 p.m., the Old Bailey defendant's antechamber. That certainly was a long trial. Yes, it was. First ever trial on foreign soil and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Susato, thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Oh, he didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The aim of defense to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. That you did. Can we punt him? Mr. McGill did. And that girl is with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. What stories? About 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off in this verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Setting them off indoors is a terrible idea. Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And you'd think, I suppose, found an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not really sure I did anything. But what on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there free man then? I don't think it's so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight talking fella, aren't you? I would say you had me straight in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Out is water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? They've all seen the identity that odious and obstinate deed. It's grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I've absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. Not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. No, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Be West, you humble people, are you from the East? Well, if you insist. But have this still and all, you deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Everything is ready, sir. If you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. The courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. There's some changes to this. I hope it's not to inconvenience, sir. There are changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again, now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now, but as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing my best to help where I can. 'Tis a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. It was an absolute pleasure meeting you. Hope you had a whale of a time while studying here in Great Britain. There he goes. A free man. Oh, I forgot she's here too. Oh no. Goodbye, chat. Don't move. As I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? You're grown up. Sorry? And I ate grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Huh? Who the hell? You are 1,000,000% related to Herlock Sholmes, and I don't like this. Naughty running off like that. This some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? And taking that with you as well. I'm looking forward to the trial run-of-the-mill experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha! Oh my gosh. Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm well. I'm the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, I could at least make a pretty color, I thought to myself. Oh yeah, no, she is very obviously guilty of something with this. That it's very absolutely clear that the evidence has been rigged and that he's doing something bad behind the scenes, Neko, without a doubt. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke though at all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment while I was changing into a different omnibus and she pinched it. Luckily I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. What's it? What? I have no idea what this girl is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. What? What for? Kabate is of course silly, to my technician. What? You mean say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult had told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. Fairly sure what you want to do is not get shot by that massive gun of yours. You'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. Alright, I want to point something out. Every single one of these cases so far, none of the murders have actually been, like, truly tried and been arrested. Not a single one. In the first case, Giselle, she had to return here to be put on trial. We only proved that, you know, we ourselves weren't guilty. On the, Buria, a similar deal is happening, right? Where, the killer there had to be put on trial elsewhere. And now we have this with, whatever his name was. I totally forgot it. But the dude, Magnum, he also gets out free. What is going on? They're gonna form League of Super Criminals and last trial will be us fighting them. I would believe it! McStinky. So true. I'm fine with calling him McStinky. You'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. He was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh. I haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. Actually planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. There we go, McGilded. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our usefulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easily as an elder one. Oh dear. That doesn't sound agreeable. I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room. Or mansion. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there are more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned, the case was far from over. Huh?
What's going on?
Oh god.
Water! Bring water! Quick!
Okay, so he set the thing on fire.
How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Oh no.
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
This can't be.
And oh god. It's like when in Dual Destinies when spoiler happens in lead evidence. Ugh. The Adventure of the Cladded Kokoro. Oh no. Well, with that, I just gotta say, what a freaking trial. What a way to leave a bitter aftertaste. I mean, it's so clear that McGilded is guilty of something. It's so clear. And also the prosecution actually being like kind of chill for the first time is actually really refreshing. Like Edgeworth obviously has his arc, but you know, this from the get-go, it makes it feel more like we're fighting a bigger enemy. Make gilded admin on commits tax evasion. Goddamn, how can you beat me to it? Yeah, your bet's on tax evasion. Look, those people, if they're gonna be rich, they're gonna do their best to dodge taxes, regardless of what he says. He definitely is gonna be committing it, though. Seriously though, this game's been a wild ride, but I have been absolutely loving it. And we got an optional achievement apparently. Having identified the millionaire responsible for the victim's head in episode 3 of the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. Entirely optional. Oh gosh. Seriously though, things only get more and more crazy. This feels a lot more like one overarching story, and I love it. Like previous games, obviously, they have some things like it, right? They have some overarching common themes between them, but most of the cases are largely like separate. Sometimes thematically linked, but still separate. This game really does feel like it's just a part of one grand interconnected story, and I love it. So I apologize, Saga has an overarching story for each game. Alright, that's something I have to look forward to as well then. First three though, not really. The third one is the closest to it. The second one has some thematic elements that are carried over. But nothing like insanely overarching in terms of an actual plot. It's something I'm liking. Also, the summarization examination, I think it was. That was cool. I like that twist on the court. That was a great time. There's just so much about this game that does differently that I love. And I'm very much looking forward to it. Also, someone else related to Sherlock Sholmes, which is moderately terrifying to say the least. Like, genuinely terrifying. But I don't have much else to say, I think. Really, at this point, I think I might just... No one made you skibbity Sherlock Sholmes, Neko. If you skibbity her, I think you'll need to go see a therapist afterwards, to say the least. Oh, gosh. Alright. Well, you know what? I do put to react on your message. You were the one who proposed it. You go, oh, react if you want me to make something cursed. And then guess what? There's 2 reactions. And you make Skibbity Sherlock Sholmes. Look, if you're gonna give me the option to see something cursed, I'm always going to take it. Cursed stuff is like part of my specialty. Partially equally at fault. I can accept that. But yeah, at this point, I think we're just gonna find someone to trade out to, because I need to be wrapping up stream. I think I have one person I have an interest in going and sending our love to. And we haven't been able to raid for a little bit. The one, the only, the one and only, Wandering Thunder. She's a family-friendly streamer. Currently playing Palia right now. And she ended up having gone a week hiatus for, you know, stuff, mostly Twitch antics. But now, she's back, and I think we should go say hi to her. So, of course, we have the lovely, lovely raid messages, both for subs and non-subs. Have a good day, night, morning, evening, dark hour, whenever that may be. And I'll see y'all again this Friday for more Xenoblade Chronicles X this Saturday for even more Xenoblade Chronicles X. And of course, next Wednesday for more great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Bye-bye!